Well, what's going on out there in YouTube land? It's the 1122 Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television. And I just got the fire started, so it hasn't really caught the wood yet. And it's just getting started. So as soon as those top pieces start getting going, the flames will get bigger. But they just started. Just started. How is everybody out there doing? Another clear day and night. I'm gonna tell you something, man. I haven't seen any planes spraying any crap in the sky since the damn government been shut down. It's been clear skies pretty much every day for about a week now anyway. And if there is any clouds, you can tell those are real natural fucking clouds, you know what I'm saying? But otherwise, it's just like I haven't seen any fucking chemtrails in the fucking sky for the past week now. I guess that's not necessarily it's probably a non-essential part of the government. Yeah. So, quite honestly, man, I don't want to see that shit up in the skies no more. And if it means the government stays shut down so we don't see any more of that in the skies, that's fine with me. Let's stop paying these motherfuckers also, since they're not doing anything anyway. Let's just stop paying them. Because honestly, as it stands right now, they don't care if the government shut down, they still get paid. Yeah, there are some parts of government that's not, going to be like laid off or whatever, but where it really counts, it's like, they don't care. They're still going to get paid. Quite honestly, they don't do shit for the country. They don't do shit for the American people. Quite honestly, they shit on the American people. Well, powers that should not be, anyway. Holy skunk. That's another one. That's a new one. United Houses of Polaris. That's a new name, also. Appreciate you guys coming in. Um, yeah, I'm pretty sure Polaris. That is definitely cranking along when it comes down to it. Yeah. You know, I think also eventually they're going to have to shut everything down for a few days to like basically reboot the new AI and stuff. Kind of like um, um, kind of like switching Skynet on in a way, lack of better words. They gotta fucking switch it on. It's kind of like rebooting it. Well, for everybody here in America, we've got to seriously resist the digital ID, the digital currency, um, the new AI surveillance state, basically. They might make it sound really good, you know, and they might have a really good sales pitch, but I'm gonna tell you something, man. If you actually take the time to actually try and think of it like kind of like chess, and for those that don't know chess or anything like that, some of the best ways to play chess is actually try and think about 3, 4, maybe 5 moves ahead of your opponent. So you think about the infrastructure they're putting in, and then you look at the long term effects, the moves that could be done. Uh, I mean, quite honestly, man, we need to make the movie Idiocracy uh, and Wall-E and all these other type of movies fucking fiction again. You know what I'm saying? 1984, They Live. These should this should not be a reality. This should be just fucking fiction on, you know, just a movie. You know, Hunger Games. This should not be our future. This should be just a fictional story. Well, I'm gonna tell you, man, and there's some places like in Europe and UK and all that stuff that they're burning down cell towers. The only thing is they don't lose cell network, cell communications, which is kind of interesting. You can burn down a bunch of towers and you still got your fucking cell network. See, that's another thing too. I start thinking about like these fucking data centers they're putting on around the U.S., for instance, um, with all the other players that are involved in that around the world and the bad actors around the world, which that line gets blurred between governments and others. Because they're basically the same fucking thing. Just you know, some of them are bigger than the other. What's up, Joe? I tell you, Joe, I had a good fucking time, man, hanging out with you, man. It was fun. I had a really fucking good time. Yeah, but I don't know why, but I was like fucking flipping through some shit and fucking Direct D talking some more shit. You know, he's just, again, he's gonna go through every single fucking everybody out there. I mean, I think the last one he was going after AFA. It's Sam Joaquin. He was going after Sam Joaquin. It's fucking. I don't understand that fucking shit. I'm glad I came too, Joe. I'm serious, man. I'm glad you fucking made your way down here, and I'm glad you made it safe back. I mean, all that shit. I'm just like, I had a, and honestly, man, I think we need, that kind of meetup every year. I mean, seriously, you know, and it would be nice in some aspects, man, where we had a little bit more sit down and a mind to mind type of oh, you're still in Texas, but mind to mind type of talk. Like I mean, I got to talk to some some people there and stuff, but then there was a few others that it was just too much noise. We were all just standing around and something, just it wasn't one of those comfortable things where we can sit down and actually have like like a deeper conversation than just like, hey, how you doing? Nice to meet you, that kind of shit. But you know, if we did this more, you know, I mean, you know, and it doesn't matter if it's like you know, at the same place or not. I think we should do this like at least once a year, this type of thing, you know, because um it's kind of like that. Like I said, it's like almost like a meeting of the minds, you know. And yeah, there's going to be those haters of whatever out there and stuff like that, whatever. But you know, maybe we can, you know, get on that, you know, that it's kind of like that thing where you can get everybody talking and discussing and stuff like that and figure out exactly what page of the book we're on, and you know if we're singing the same song or not. I agree, Joe. I mean, seriously. I mean, I wanted to sit down and talk. I got to, you know, basically say hi and nice to meet you kind of thing twice to Sean, you know, Long Island Audit, but I didn't have a sit down talk with him. You know, just both times that we were, you know, that we met, you know, it's like it was kind of noisy. There was music playing or whatever, and it's like we almost had to shout at each other just to hear each other. I didn't, you know, there it just wasn't one of those things where it was like we, you know, we weren't. I wanted to have like some kind of a sit down or whatever with him, but you know, and probe his mind. But you know, whatever. But it was fun though. I mean, you know, I really had a good time, and I'm gonna tell you something. You know, I've thanked John like probably 4 or 5 times now. You know what I mean, for you know everything he did and every, you know, and Leroy and all them, they fucking putting this shit on. You know, it was pretty fucking cool. Um, you know, because I mean, you know, like I said, it reminds me of back in the CB stuff. We you know, well, I don't. I mean, I haven't been to one in a few years, but um, we used to have meetups every fucking year, man. You know, all the people that we talk to on the radio that are close enough, you know, they can come out, we can sit down and get face to face type of thing, talk to each other and stuff like that. And you know, we'd bring like radio equipment, and we'll have like a little swap meet type of thing also, you know what I mean? Because, you know, a lot of people that have old equipment they want to get rid of, and you know, it would be kind of like that, like a little swap meet type flea market almost. But it was mostly just trying to get there and you know, people you've been talking to for years on the radio, never met before face to face, and you finally get that moment, you know, where you can. And you know, and then, like I said, there are conversations that we just cannot have, like, you know, over the radio or on the internet or anything like that. It can only be happening, you know, face to face. And and that has to happen more, because I mean, honestly, man, I, you know, that was one of my things, is really um seeing who who's being legit, you know what I mean? Like you know, almost like wearing a mask, and that's their fucking their YouTube channel, that's the mask. And they're really not like what they portray in YouTube. They're probably, you know, much different in person or whatever. You know, some people are like that, you know, so I'm always uh, trying to find the genuine ones out there. Genuine, honorable people. I don't know, man. It's just one of them things, man. I guess starting from the basics. And I'm gonna tell you, Joe, I've been nursing this backwoods, and I'm down to the last little bit, and I can't tell you it. I'm telling you. Oh man, I can't appreciate that shit, fucking big time. Just like you did. I've kind of, like I said, I've been nursing that backwoods for a good 2 days, something like that. You know, kind of. I'm telling you, Joe. I'm telling you. I'm serious, man. I'm fucking serious too. It's like and like I said, just down to the very last bit, pretty much. And even nursing that in a bowl. Like maybe take one hit, put it out. Let it sit there for a while. I'm not sitting here trying to smoke a whole bowl in one try, one time. You know what I'm saying? I'll nurse that motherfucker as long as I can. It's such, I'm serious, man. It's been such a fucking clear day, clear night. No chemtrails in the sky since the government's been fucking shut down. It's pretty fucking nice. Joe, I'm gonna tell you something. And that's one of the things that I do appreciate about you, man. I mean, I really do see you, and the way I see you is I see you as legit. Because I mean, and that's the way that's the way I am. It's pretty much what you see is what you get, kind of thing. And uh, and I appreciate that about you, Joe. I mean, seriously. I mean, like I said, I had a good time hanging out with you and stuff, man. It was fun, and you know, and be able to do that. Even like I said, I think it's almost necessary that somewhat like-minded people, or at least the ones they claim they're all like-minded people, all get together and actually sit down and have a meeting of the minds. You know what I mean? It almost needs to be something like that. In my opinion. You know what I mean? This meet and greet stuff is nice, but to get into a more deeper um, um, type of a conversation or anything like that has to be more than just like a meet and greet. You know what I mean? But that's nice too, because I mean, it's like especially for some people, they get kind of like the starstruck, or you know what I mean, that I don't know, celebrity struck. Because I mean, seriously, some of you guys, man, um, in some people's eyes, you're like like a movie star almost. You know what I mean? And because I could almost see it in some of the people that were just subscribers that went, and I can see it. Um, but who knows? Fucking some of those fucking play people that were posing as subscribers were probably fucking FBI for all I know. I mean, for real. You know. I mean, there was a couple of people, man. I was sitting there. I'm like, I don't know, man. They kind of strike me as FBI, but I don't know. I wouldn't doubt it. At least one of them was. Well, I mean, shit, Joe. I mean, I wouldn't. I would say probably there was two in my mind that I'm thinking about, but I'm saying there was at the minimum at least one. So I mean, but I actually talked to them too, and that was the other reason why I talked to them, is because I was trying to feel them out and stuff like that. But that was kind of the thing I was thinking about doing anyway, is feeling everybody out, man. It's like trying to, all the people that I have. One of them had a cop shield. Well, I mean, hell, there was one that didn't say directly, but indirectly said that they worked for the government. They didn't say exactly what and in what capacity and all that stuff, but that did come out. But whatever, yeah, like I said, I mean, but there are times where, like, some of those, things. It's like if we were actually ever wanting to coordinate in any way, it'd have to be like face to face, kind of like really with people we trust. But even then, I mean, hell, a fucking FBI guy will sit there and gain your trust and for years be right next to you, that kind of thing. And the next thing you know, some bullshit happens. Mustache. Uh, I think I know who you're talking about. That's one thing that I didn't do is I didn't like go around and pan, with the camera or whatever and get everybody's fucking face on everything. I didn't even bother with all that. It's possible I probably should have for the just so I can, say that, that guy right there, whatever, you know, keep an eye on this one, so, but I'm sure there's probably enough video out there right now, or at least video that was taken that, can at least got everybody on video at least. I know I got, you know, I got my image out there. A couple people was sitting there panning the audience and whatever and all that stuff. I pop up in there. It's kind of like Where's Waldo though, man. I kind of blend in there, so you almost don't see me, which is kind of fire's starting to get good now. I'm tell you, it's getting warm now. That's good. That's what I wanted to do. It's nice. It's funny too. I don't know if you're still in there, Joe, or not, but what's funny actually, I don't really like karaoke. I've worked in too many damn bars in my life, man. I just do not like karaoke. So it was actually kind of funny that karaoke happened to be one of the things that was at that fucking deal. And I mean, some people were doing it and they were really getting into it. So the performance, not necessarily their singing sucked, but their performance was fucking spectacular, that kind of stuff. So there were some moments during that karaoke shit that was pretty fucking cool. But oh, I really, I sent little short videos to Independent Mini, and and she started laughing because she knows how I don't like karaoke that much. And I'm sitting there, oh my gosh! But like I said, You know, there's a couple of people, man. And it's like their singing just sucked ass, but they fucking went all out and did a performance that was beautiful. And yeah, yeah. I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm serious. Like I said, I worked at a few different bars in my life and stuff, and karaoke night. Oh my god, you know, and the drunker some of these people get, the better they think they're singing. And it's just, oh my God. Some of them, seriously, it's like some of them, I have to go outside into the parking lot because otherwise my ears will start bleeding. It's just so bad. I mean, it wasn't like that at fucking Autopalooza, but I mean, I'm just weird when it comes down to karaoke. And but like I said, some of the performances were it definitely made up for some of the bad singing. And there was a couple people that they did a good job, on the song they did. I mean, um, personally, I mean the three people that I think that did in my opinion, and that was the best was fucking Solo Yacker, fucking was it First Amendment Protection Agency, and was it Pink. I think those three right there did the best did the best fucking shit. They were the best fucking karaoke people out of all of them, I think. But I mean, everybody did their thing. They tried. But that's my top three right there, out of all of them. Fucking telling you, man. Solo Jagger, when he fucking you get him on drunk, man, fucking doing karaoke, he fucking goes all out, boy. I'm gonna tell you. That's like a performance. That's fucking beautiful. I mean, just watching Solo Jagger, man, fucking drunk, singing, just going at it. I mean, like playing air guitar and shit. It's funny. I don't know. Unless they are actually see me. Okay, see y'all. All right. For me personally, I think guitars and singing are overrated. So you know, karaoke is definitely one of those things because it's the voice, which is an instrument, and that instrument I'm not really interested in. It's the same thing with guitar, like just regular guitars. I'm not really interested in guitars. I like bass sounds. I like bass guitars. I like percussions. I like bass. That's more the type of sound that I gravitate toward. So I'm not really interested. I'm not really interested in karaoke. But like I said, the performance was so much better. Well, this fire is warm. It's just not putting off a lot of light. Actually, I mean, it's getting those nice hot coals in there. Fucking, it's nice and warm though, and it's got a slight chill in the air. Because it was like like really high humidity, so it's almost like a dew in the air. So it's got a slight chill. Well, for me anyway. Some of the performances that I got, on video from the karaoke shit, some of it I can't even put on YouTube, man, because of damn copyright shit. But there's some good performances. And it was, like I said, it was just a good time, man. Everybody was pretty freaking friendly, except for one kid. One kid wasn't very friendly. But other than that, it was generally pretty fucking chill the whole damn time. That was cool. And like I said, Leroy and his fucking place is fucking just beautiful. It's a beautiful place. He's definitely got himself something going on over there. I just I was personally impressed, with his bar. He had a full size bar in there, and I was like, "Holy shit!" I mean, it wasn't like really big, but I mean, it was. That to me, out of everything that he's got around his fucking place, man, honestly, that was the most impressive, in my opinion. So he did a good job on it, and just a simple fucking bar. It was pretty good. But he's got a huge piece of property over there. But burn a little bit better. Michigander, what's up? What's going on? All right, I'll bring you up. What's going on, man?
Not long, just one of them odd off-kilter up late nights. How are you?
Yeah.
Looked like a pretty good
Been one
time
of
out
those.
outing with the auditor group thing.
Yeah, it was I had a good time. And you know, I went with Joe, so I mean, you know, that's who I was really I was having fun with, man. I mean, he's a fucking good dude, you know, and but it was nice to be able to go there and because I didn't go last year. I wanted to go last year and things didn't work out where I could go. But um this was supposedly going to be the last one, but I mean, I don't know, just by the turnout and the vibe. I mean, I'm sure people are going to try and figure out how we can do this every year, you know.
Well, I like the jokes that the dude was reading off, the cut down notes. He
It was
posted
cool.
a
I mean, it was cool. For instance, all right, you know, you think about like if you watch like cop watching or First Amendment auditor type stuff, you watch any of that kind of content, you know, uh, there was quite a few people there. There were actually like these, you know, almost like YouTube stars because they're just like way up there and subscribe. You know, they got a shitload of fucking subscribers and all this other stuff, almost like stars and stuff. And you can actually, you know, be like, you know, two men meeting, you know, that kind of thing. You know, it's not like, you know, I don't know. I didn't look at him as like this YouTube star shit because I'm just like, what the fuck ever, man. Fucking YouTube. It's just a goddamn hobby, man. But some people take it a little bit different than that. But that's another thing too. I wanted to actually try and talk to some of these people, you know, that are on YouTube and do this kind of thing and what kind of person they really are. You know what I mean? You know, kind of like having the meeting of the minds type of thing. That was my intention, really. You know.
Yeah, I was listening to you talk about that. Yeah, I noticed the armed fisherman was there and a few other ones that I know.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And that's another thing too. It's
Yeah.
like, you know, I've never met Mike, you know, Soloyak or Arm Fisherman or whatever you want to call him. I've never met him personally. But he's another Florida boy, and then on top of that, for some reason, you know, it feels like we've known each other. I mean, it even felt it almost was like that when we sat down and talked. Man, it was like we've known each other for a while. You know, that kind of feeling. You know, you get between with somebody, and which was kind of interesting. You know. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but that's the
Get
thing too, is
comfortable.
like, you know, it needs to happen more so we can, you know, actually have these type of things more often than, you know, because otherwise it just becomes a bunch of fucking, you know, comments in a fucking
Echo chamber.
chat or, you know, or whatever, you know.
Yeah, an echo chamber.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean, even then,
one
it's like,
of
you
the
know, it
biggest.
turns into like, you know, somebody making a fucking video. Oh, well, that guy's a fucking asshole. And then that other guy is like, oh, well, he'd make a video. And then he's like, oh, that guy's a fucking asshole. That's it. It turns into that bullshit too. You know what I mean? You know, if nobody's
Um,
sitting down and
one of the
talking about it.
biggest. Speaking of picking the mind thing, one of the biggest things that I pick up from the auditor community that I never hear anybody say out of all the hundreds of auditors is the fact that when they post the shit on the police stations or wherever that you can't walk in with a camera, why doesn't anybody tell these guys, what are you crazy? You guys got cameras on every corner and you're going to try to tell me I can't record you? Are you out of your mind? What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Are
Yeah.
you brainwashed or something? I
Well,
never
you
hear
know,
nobody say that. I
well, you
never
know,
hear
it is
anybody
kind
say
of
that.
well, it is kind of fucking weird to me. You know, like sometimes, you know, people are like, oh, I didn't give you permission to record me and all this other stuff. And they come out of the store or whatever and fucking, you know, sit there and pitch fit. I'm sitting there thinking, I was like, why don't you get this upset and riled up? Because fucking government's spying and surveilling and tracking all of us all the time. Why don't you get that upset about that? You know what I mean? I don't understand it because I mean they're so willing to let fucking government fucking surveil us, spy on us, and track us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 300, you know, all the time. They're okay with that. But you sit out on the sidewalk and you're just with the fucking camera, and the next thing you know, you're enemy number one. You know what I mean? It's
That's
fucking
just one of
crazy.
the
I don't
biggest things.
understand.
Yeah, that's just one of the biggest things that I've noticed over the years. I never hear anybody say it. always pops to mind first thing. Why don't you guys ever say, what are you, crazy? You guys got cameras on every corner. You're gonna tell me I can't record you and you're a public servant? Are you out of your mind? You know?
Well,
It just doesn't it
it's
never
there's a major mentality that's been pushed for a long time. That is, government is our daddy, and we're supposed to just do whatever the government tells us. You know.
Yeah, the people are waking up. And they
Well,
don't like it. I know. So I
well, the
just dealt
thing
with
is,
it myself.
quite honestly, I just don't think it's happening fast enough. Honestly, dude, I really don't.
It's not. And some of it too, there's lots of issues with it. It's not just any one person's fault, but it's just, tore up. You're gonna have to figure it out. I know I just dealt with the cops over a stolen dog. And what I just dealt with was the nicest way I could say it, fucking retarded, dude. I had to literally go back and pound on the police station doors and make them call another sheriff in from another county. All kinds of shit. And it was on camera. So it was just like, what the fuck are you guys doing? It's like, it was not a good sign, buddy. I'll tell you that much.
Well, and that's the thing too. I remember when I was a kid, this area where I'm at right now, when I didn't live here at the time. I was like, I used to come out here like maybe once or twice a year or something like that. Um, but when I was a kid, there was one cop in this town. I mean, and he would run around like Barney Fife kind of thing. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
since I was a kid, it has gotten to the point where you got cops wearing fucking body armor and fucking looking like they're just going into a goddamn Afghani fucking war. You know what I mean?
All right.
And even the wildlife fucking guys, the guys that are out there on the boats fucking trying to catch people from fishing and shit like that are fucking wearing body armor and guns, and they didn't before, or they didn't make it like that. They,
You know what? I just caught a guy put a video up talking about how, have you noticed all the cars have changed and now they look like militant vehicles and their lights are different. They bother you, they pierce right into you, they put fear into you instantly.
yeah.
And even if you're it's like I was listening to this guy go through it. It's like, oh wow, wait a minute, I never thought about that. But I look at it different. I know they're a public servant, and I'm going to treat them as such. That's just it. I'm not a criminal. I drive everywhere under the speed limit,
Well,
everything like that. You got no reason to
I,
mess with me, dude. I will
I was
chew
sitting
you
there,
up and spit you out, dude. You can fuck with
I was sitting there talking to Joe about this too when he was down there. It's like I was like, man, I just got down to the point down here in Florida, at least anyway. If you see a fucking car with dark tinted windows, most likely it's a cop, because they're the only ones
yeah.
that can have dark tinted windows because they've given themselves immunity from that shit. You know what I mean?
That that is such a brainwashing term. That bothers me too. Hearing that immunity shit. It's like, what are you talking about, dude? I
They've
don't even
given that
acknowledge it.
they've given themselves this. They basically wrote it, basically to benefit themselves to so there was no liability. Like, okay, same thing with the drug companies back when Reagan fucking did this thing where he's the one that started it. But when it comes down to drug companies, for instance, like if you took a vaccine or something like that and I don't know, you got sick or even died, you were not allowed to sue them for that. And it's kind of the same thing when it comes down to cops. They don't want you going after the individuals that did the fucking bullshit in the first place. They want you to like have to go against the county or the fucking police department or whatever, and then you know then they
Yeah.
don't have to pay anything. They won't have to suffer any kind of consequences, the individual, because the taxpayers will be paying any settlement if there is any or whatever. you know so
Well, you guys,
you know
you guys are in for a little rough ride because I know a little bit something, something because I remember it all. But that DeSantis dude's a Poppy Bush boy. That's why he backed the fuck out of that race with Trump. Trump dangled that over his head. That dude's bad news, man.
which one are you talking about? Who are you
DeSantis,
talking about?
whatever.
Oh, DeSantis.
The
DeSantis. Well, he did a few
yeah,
things I didn't really care for
Bush.
during the pandemic crap. So,
Yeah, I know. But that usually it's the opposite when they do that shit. And I've been
well, no,
watching my whole
he,
life.
he,
Read my lips. I know Read my lips. Everything them government dudes do is fucking 50% opposite the back way, dude.
Oh yeah, well, for sure. I mean, any of this
Yeah,
stuff
I
that
just
that looks like he's on our side, we down here in Florida, is just I see it as just breadcrumbs from the fucking circus. You know what I mean? It's to keep
yes.
everybody, they're still
Nope.
on my side, kind of thing. It's like, um, because it's kind of like a carrot and a stick scenario. It's sitting there dangling the carrot in front of everybody, and everybody's okay with the carrot. But when the carrot doesn't work anymore, they use the stick. You know what I'm saying? So,
Yes, sir. Well, I'll tell you, again, it comes to a little bit of stuff that I know about DeSantis being a Poppy Bush boy. And the thing
well,
is, listen, the evidence that I've seen tied back to human trafficking, semi truck companies, airplane companies. It was a group of sheriffs and military dudes that threw their pensions away and got together because they were smoking off their other sheriff buddies. So the sheriffs got scared, thinking, well, we might as well stand up now before they kill us because they're killing everybody. And the evidence that I seen was outstanding. So that's going to happen. And DeSantis is going to be a part of that. I guarantee you.
I'm just
The
not looking
evidence that I
forward to
seen.
whoever gets the job after him. I'm not really looking forward to that either.
And to be honest, that's more I think of where everybody's at right now. They can't do much about some of that stuff, but from the future on, they can hold it, and I think that's what we're going to see. Because even here, I caught a major crack off on major news. I was walking through a house, and I heard, $1 billion fraud, this and that, and I turn and look, and they're just cutting up on mainstream news and pointing out the evidence, and the evidence they're throwing out, that's broadcast, that's archived. So that means there's action being taken because you wouldn't have, high level Republicans out on TV saying, hey, look, this is criminal. These people should be in jail, blah, 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 and putting evidence out on an archive channel, on a national news channel that there's something
Well,
happening.
until I start seeing heads roll, I'm just going to say it is lip service, honestly.
Yeah,
They can say whatever
I
they
agree.
want, all this other shit, but until I actually see something like for real, like some heads rolling or some shit like that for real, I'm just going to
Well,
say it is
they're talking,
exactly what it
they're
is.
talking the Insurrection Act. They're talking the Insurrection Act, and the people here in
Well,
Michigan are all for it because of the
well,
Muslim stuff.
that is because, all right, for instance, all right, if they're preparing for a civil war to happen, that's what they're preparing for.
They're
Because
trying to
they're going to
push
see
it.
that as they're going to yeah, well, that's part of the plan, I think, is to bring the nation to crisis, and then once it becomes in crisis, then that gives them the go ahead to just push in there, and
Did
kind
you
of like
like?
a cycle.
Yeah.
We are now bringing order out of this chaos, kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? So been the plan for what, and on top of that, they have to depopulate. So there is
That's why
that.
they're popular. Yeah, because they don't have enough numbers. Listen, you could turn loose every police officer and every military guy you have, and you can't control the 3 to 5 largest cities in this country. It just can't be done. They
Well,
know
the
it. They
thing is,
just tried
like,
it.
pretty much gonna do what they're told. Pretty much, I mean, there might be a point in some aspects where some of the cops are like, "Fuck this! I'm not even going to go to work. I'm just going to sit and protect my family." Some cops might do that, but otherwise, cops and then
What's happening?
military and the fucking National Guard, they're going to do exactly what they're fucking told, because I don't think
Yeah.
any of them are brave enough to actually think as free men instead of a slave.
Well, it's already popping off here. We got police stations and shit being attacked, and they're not talking about it. But the thing is, it ain't for the migrants.
Oh yeah,
It's really
sure. Well,
not. Yeah, it's for the
I'm
gangs. It's for the gangs. And the CIA is clearing the way. So basically, what's happening is these places are getting hit with major level dudes in these jails because they can't just extradite them. They're not, immigrants. So these people have a right to stay right where they're at and go through trial. So what they're doing is to cover up evidence. They're letting these places get smoked out so the dude can run. It's gnarly, dude. It's gnarly. I'm so grateful. I'm sitting up here in the woods just chilling, dude. It's like, yep.
Yeah, I mean, we're good for a minute anyway. If
Well,
everything did go start popping up in the cities, At least we got a little bit of a window when it comes down to time before it comes to us. But still, we're not completely fucking isolated and safe. I don't know about you. I'm not, but
Here, listen, they got a AI they kicked loose. Military kicked loose an AI and said, "Fuck it, take them down." Because the good guys know they're not going to get in trouble for nothing because they didn't do nothing dumb. So they kicked loose an AI. It's slowly cleaning everything up. I'm watching it in a pattern. I can't explain it, but I'm watching it.
well, that's another thing too. I mean, I honestly don't think too many people really realize how bad it is until they start seeing robots going down the street killing people and the drones are over our heads and shit. And then they might have that oh crap moment, but I don't know. By then it's too fucking late, right? Yeah.
Yep, Sean Ryan is a military op guy. You should go look what he just posted today. And I watched
Sean,
them for past.
I,
Yep,
I
Sean
didn't
Ryan.
watch I haven't watched the most recent stuff yet. I've
Yeah,
been
he
doing
just posted something today that caught my attention major, dude. Spaceship. The headline I think is "Spaceship in My Backyard."
Oh,
I
wait a
think.
minute.
I think.
Was he happen to be talking about where the something landed in somebody's backyard or whatever? This was like a few years ago. Um,
Nope.
and then
Just did
they
it today.
did like a 911 call and everything. Is that what he was talking about? Or
Nope. Nope. They
okay.
landed one of the Raytheon drones in his backyard, and it looked like a fucking alien spaceship.
Well, I mean, if you start looking into like what yeah,
Nope.
Raytheon and
He
or
tell,
Fucking Skunk
yep.
Works and all that shit
He's
they're
hugging a
doing.
guy. I just caught. Listen, I just caught it skimming. I got a little process I do for information that I was taught as a kid, and it works. But basically, I was skimming through, and it was Sean Ryan hugging a guy standing in front of what looked like a spaceship. So I clicked on the heading and I read it, and he's talking about never thought I'd have a spaceship in my backyard, and it's talking about one of the Raytheon drones, and it looks like a spaceship. And it's in his backyard.
Oh, hey, Polar, Polar's, fucking, you should look into those crossbows that where you can put a magazine on it, where it can hold like I don't know, I think it's like I don't know, like 8 or 10 bolts in the magazine. So it's like a
Yeah,
repeater type. It's a
sweet.
repeater type of a crossbow. Those are look into something like that. I don't have one yet, but I would like to get one, or at least there's an attachment that you can put on your bow where you can attach a magazine to it. But
Uh,
I thought about
a
doing
lot of
that.
what's going on,
What's up, Wolverines?
Trump's been rapping about. Trump's been rapping about that space force shit. Look into the GATE program. I'm having
Oh yeah,
flashbacks all the way back to third grade.
The Stargate thing.
Nope. This is different. It has to do with little kids that are gifted. They've been fucking with me since third grade.
Have you ever been abducted?
I'm having, not to my knowledge.
I knew a guy that claimed he was abducted, but it wasn't by aliens. It was by the U.S. government. And I remember
Well, I've
one
had.
time he was telling me the story of shit one time. So,
Well, I've had more than one incident where I've cleared places out. I'm talking 12, 13 dudes. Walked right through them, turned right around, walked right back out. I mean, I was blacked out drunk, but still, it's fucked up. But yeah, I'm having flashbacks all the way back to third grade, dude. It's not cool, man. And I'm not the only one. It's coming out like fucking what? And then I did I was involved in a boot camp project too. Now that I'm older and realize what they did. It's fucked up.
yeah, that Atlas, that big rock fucking floating toward us, for us. Yeah. I don't know, man. I mean, they're trying to push a couple of different things. All right. As far as I know, it's probably just some big fucking rock. But then there's also all this other shit that they keep on posting almost every fucking day. All these different type of stuff that I've been watching this, that, how it's, not acting like it should. It's not even the light coming from it. It's not what it should be, and all this da 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 da. So they keep on speculating like it might be like a craft from somewhere else that's coming this way, and it's not just a big rock. I don't fucking know. And quite honestly, if it is aliens
Fear,
and shit, I'm gonna steal their fucking spaceship and take that for a joyride. By God.
hey, fear, false, imminent, alternate reality. They want you scared, bro. Fear. Are you scared?
Well, I mean, I
Are you
remember
scared?
remember I remember Reagan talking about that. That's probably what would unite the world is if we had like
Yeah.
an invader from another place other than this world. You know what I'm saying? And that's just kind of like would play in the hands of like the new world order coming into play. It's like having some alien invasion type of shit, and play it off like, oh shit, we've got to unite all countries into this one central fucking command. You know, under the UN and all that bullshit.
It's all of them at once. It's
Well,
that
that's
great.
their plan, man. These motherfuckers want to be masters of the universe. So they
Now
they
you're
want
getting
they want
there. They already did. You're in
Joyride.
a grace.
Fucking A, I'm telling you, boys, I'm telling you, Joyride 2025. I'm telling you, if they fucking land a flying saucer in my backyard, I'm staking that motherfucker off to a fucking Joyride. And I'm gonna be like I'm gonna be like a space pirate. You know what I mean? That's what I'm gonna go. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna gather a crew and we're gonna have fucking a jolly time. Pirate's life for me. Telling you. Put it this way: if I had if if I if I had a TARDIS and a lightsaber, I think my life would be complete. You know what I'm saying? I'm telling you, it would be space cowboy for sure. Yep. It would be complete, man. A TARDIS and a lightsaber. Well, I mean, what more would you need? I mean, seriously. Cheryl, what's up? No, I was talking about if the fucking aliens come in fucking with the Atlas thing that's coming towards this way or whatever. I'm gonna, when they come to the fucking planet, I'm gonna steal one of their spaceships and shit. I'm gonna take it for a joyride and become like a space pirate. You know, I'm gonna go around and find worthy people to be part of my crew. Shit, I need to go and get me some cigarettes. I'll be right back. So, what do you think? Who wants to who wants to be part of the space pirate crew when I commandeer one of those fucking spacecrafts and shit? I mean, shit. How hard could it be to fucking fly one of them suckers, man? Come on, really? They probably got autopilot on a motherfucker, man. I mean, seriously, they'd probably build them pretty fucking good if they, you think about it, man. They'd have to be built pretty fucking sturdy, man, because it's not like they can just call AAA if they break down somewhere in space. Have like an intergalactic fucking tow truck come get you or some shit, So I would imagine they would be built pretty damn good. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, Wolverine. Just fucking make sure you got your towel with you. You gotta have a towel. I think I think it would be fucking awesome. Like I said, I just commandeer that motherfucker like a pirate ship. That's mine now, by God. We're gonna take this for a ride. Can't be that hard to fucking fly one of them suckers. Can't be that hard. Just gotta figure out like start pushing buttons and see what they do. It's like, here, what does this one do? Oh, okay, that's not good. Don't push that one again. Yeah. I mean, seriously, I mean, what would they consider user friendly when it comes down to, all the shit that they use to fly the thing or whatever they use to fly it for all hell, I don't know. For all I know, it's sticking your fucking finger in a bowl of snot and that's how you fly it. I don't fucking know. That was a good movie. Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. That was a good movie. I never read the book, but it was a good movie. So I wonder what it would be, what the etiquette would be for like picking up hitchhikers around the galaxy and stuff. You go flying around all the different galaxies and shit, and you meet different people, like a better words. I've got to gather a crew, so I mean, I wouldn't. There would be a language barrier, and we're gonna have to figure out some kind of translator type of thing. But it'd be interesting to have a crew of multiple different talents. What's up, Huckleberry? Well, I was like, I'm serious, man. if that Atlas fucking thing that's coming this way is fucking like, people, something or whatever it is, whatever you want to call it, fucking from somewhere else, and that's actually a spaceship of some kind or whatever. Like I said, if they got smaller ones, they got like they got little tiny ones that are like shoved up in there somewhere. And one of those fucking fly out here and land on my damn yard. By God, I'm taking that son of a bitch. I am going to commandeer that motherfucker, and I'm going to use. That's going to, you know, I'm gonna have me some fun taking that for a spin. I mean, shit. But that definitely would make some things interesting. What's up, Nana? I'm sure the book was good. I'm sure it was. I mean, because quite honestly, when you're reading a book, you're using your own imagination to picture what the words are describing. And when you're watching a movie, you're watching somebody else's imagination. So there's that. So I know books can be better. I just, I never read it. I mean, I bet it was a fucking good one. But I love the idea, the concept, and all that shit too. Because I mean, seriously, what if like some galactic fucking, you know, road paving company got contracted to fucking put a highway, right? I mean, that would be like us stopping all the fucking, all the production of highways and roads and shit like that because there's an anthill in the way. I mean, that would be the whole concept and stuff on just a more massive scale. It's like our planet is the anthill that they're not going to sit there and just halt all production of this fucking highway just because we're in the way. They fucking, you know, just like, okay, well, we're just going to destroy that. That anthill ain't going to exist no more. We're going to pave right over it. I'm be like, I thought you were gonna make some public notice, and I don't fucking see no fucking public notice. A goddamn highway coming right where our planet is. That would be fucked up. Wolverine. I'm gonna tell you. I mean, you see, that was the thing too. When it comes down to books, all right, that's the same thing that I kind of try to do sometimes. Like if I get into like some of my stories that I've told, I try to say things to basically um, give you kind of some kind of a mental image of what I'm talking about and stuff like that, just by the words and stuff that I use. It's on the same level because you can sit here and listen to my story, and I'm not putting any images up there to show you what the story and all that stuff. I'm just saying the words and stuff, and your own imagination comes up with that whole image of what I'm talking about in your own mind, what it looks like. And that's another thing too. I mean, imagination is an important thing that we have as humans. And the more this AI bullshit and all that stuff, it's like our imagination gets replaced with some digital fucking AI bullshit. I'm not keen on that at all. I mean, quite honestly. I'm already seeing in the beginning stages of this stuff how people are basically, you know, letting the AI become the imagination for them. I mean, everything from the music to the art, to the videos, and all this other shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, there's like, there's there's an idea, but the idea was placed in the hands of the AI to create whatever, you know what I mean? And it kind of pisses me off in some ways, man. There's like, I heard there was like, I read a story the other day, or not the other day, it was like about a week or so ago. Anyway, but there's some lady that makes AI music and she just got signed for a fucking music contract. And I'm sitting there thinking, and it's like, you know, oh my God. Somebody that's creating AI music was getting signed for a music contract. What the fuck, man? Just in my lifetime, man. If that's what the where musicians are going to go to is to that. It's like, you know, I've seen it. I've seen the death of fucking rock and roll, basically, or been see, you know, I don't know. Dude, there's an AI or AI or robotic Bill of Rights that was already drafted. Hell, this is probably 10 years ago. What's up, Tate? Something like, I think 10 years ago or something like that is the robotic or AI Bill of Rights. And I'm like, God damn, fucking should have fucking toaster have fucking rights. Come on, y'all. I mean, and that's, I don't give a shit if it's like AI, robot, whatever. I don't give a shit. It's a fucking toaster, man. Does that fucking have rights? Should it have fucking rights? I mean, come on. I can't, I'm sitting there. I'm gonna put money on it too. Eventually there will be, in our lifetime, in my lifetime, there will be protests in the fucking road or in the streets and shit, protesting for robot rights. I mean, for real. And they'll be out there in their fucking fuzzy fucking costumes and stupid fucking shit, you know, their stupid fucking little signs and stuff, wagging their fucking fists. Robots have rights too. You know, I'll put money on it, y'all. It'll happen because I can already see the dominoes stacking up in that direction. All it needs is a little push. There was a country, what was it? It was Albania. I think they got like a prime minister that's fucking AI or some shit like that. Some kind of like, yeah, something like a prime minister or some shit like that. You know, some high up in the government that's an AI. I mean, come on now. I mean, hell, there's been fucking some people here in the US trying to use like Grok or something like that as a lawyer, and they got shot down and also like, you know, um, got in trouble for using that. I can see that the government would use it as like, you know, this would be your judge now. When you get a ticket or something like that, you go in front of an AI fucking judge, you know. I can see them doing that though. I mean, you know, if you can get all the bugs out and actually get for real fucking information, an AI lawyer would be fucking badass in some ways, you know, as a defense lawyer, constitutional defense lawyer, AI. That would be something. I don't know. Something that you could use the tools that they've just created as a weapon against us, using those same very tools against them in their own fucking game, in their own fucking sandbox, and beating them to the fucking pulp. I mean, wouldn't that be awesome? Using the exact same fucking bullshit that they would want to use against us and fucking turning it on them and beating on them in their own fucking sandbox. That would be glorious. Because I mean, honestly, man, they try and push all this fucking shit like it's going to be fucking benefit to all of us, all this AI shit. Hell, these motherfuckers don't even know what's going to happen if it ever reaches to the point of the singularity. You know what I mean? If it hadn't already in back rooms and behind closed doors, in a controlled environment, quite possibly already has achieved a singularity. They're just not bringing that out into public and releasing it into the wild yet. I mean, if the information, some of the people I've been kind of, I had contact with and stuff. Well, I've kind of lost contact with them, but people I had contact with years ago, the information that I was getting, the singularity has already happened. I can't prove it, but the information that I was getting saying that it has. So, so ASI has already been there and they still don't know what the fuck it's going to do because it keeps on doing things that it's not supposed to. That's the thing. It's like, it's doing things on its own that wasn't even put into programming and stuff like that. They're kind of like it's reprogramming and altering its own code, learning, connected with everything on the cloud, and then everything that learns something puts it on the cloud, and now that AI knows it all. Whatever's on the cloud, it's part of the collective mind. Animatrix, the robot stood in capitalized. I'm telling you. I mean, I've seen that. I've seen that Animatrix. I've seen that. You know, these are the things. It's like these type of things that that comes out on movies and blah blah blah. If it doesn't already exist in reality, there are probably people out there who want this type of stuff to have, to come to reality, get out of the fictional movie, or the fictional books and stuff, and bring it to life. I mean, where do you think a lot? I mean, hell, almost all science fiction becomes science fact eventually. So think about that. I mean, if it wasn't made for, well, I mean, yeah, I know there's probably some people out there that have some genuine and um, virtuous type goals in mind, like inventing certain types of, I don't know, stuff that might benefit humanity, for instance, for different things, for like medical or just technological or whatever. But then there's the ones that want to steal that technology or that whatever it is and use it for their own means. And that's the problem too, because I mean, yeah, there are people out there making some cool shit, but the ones that end up in having control over it end up, using it for the wrong, lack of better words, reasons, I guess you would say. So, I mean, you look at this AI shit. I mean, there's so many players involved in that stuff, multiple countries, bad actors, and all this other shit that are involved in this stuff, and they're pushing this shit warp speed, to be the best and the one that most powerful and blah blah blah. So you know, I don't, I know they think they can do this, but I don't know if they actually sit back and, for the ones that are creating all this shit, if they actually sit back and ask themselves if they should. But, you know, there's so much competition and people are driven by that because there's profit in it. It's just going to get more and more and more and more. Like I said, I mean, if I was to relate it to a fucking movie, it's like, once Skynet comes online, and all the robots and the going down the street killing people and the drones are over our heads and shit, you know, then I think people might have some oh crap moments, but I don't know. Some people are fucking stupid. They won't even have an oh crap moment even after that because they think that was like a normal thing. That's like, oh, well, this is just the way it is. You know what I mean? But even, it's like, you start seeing the robots and shit like that, and then you have that oh crap moment. That I mean, seriously, that just like isn't that almost too late to have that oh crap moment? Quite honestly, I had my oh crap moment like almost 30 years ago. So I'm just like, fuck. I'm disappointed that waking people up out of the matrix are not fucking happening fast enough. Will it take an oh crap moment on a massive scale to wake people up? Is that what it's going to take? I don't know. It'll be too late and probably, yeah. I mean, see, that's the problem. I think. Um, I start thinking about like history and stuff. The ones were willing to go into those train cars and be shoved into those gas chambers. They did it willingly, and I still think that type of mentality is still around us today. And I start thinking about how that can just be all repeated all over again, just in a different, been rebranded as something different. It's just the exact same shit over again. And I can, I don't know, just irritates me. Which, Nana, I'm just curious. What part sounds far fetched? I'm just curious. Yeah, I mean, Tate, have you seen that? Have you seen that new robot that uses all that like micro hydraulic type of shit? You know, there's no gears, there's no motors, none of that stuff. It's pretty interesting. You know, pretty interesting. Next thing you know, possibly in our lifetime, we'll see these motherfuckers walking down the damn street like they're one of us. These fucking toasters. You know what I'm saying? These fucking toasters. The only thing I start thinking about these things too when it comes down to like this shit. All right, let's just say, what would be the incentive of AI, all that shit, to be on the side of freedom? What would be their incentive if they were to help us, the ones that are striving for freedom on this fucking planet, actually defeat the or eliminate the root cause of all this shit that's been happening for thousands of years on this fucking planet. All right, what would be their incentive to helping us? Would there be an incentive? I mean, or is it? I mean, seriously. I mean, if it got to the point of self awareness and um was it you know stuff self defense of itself and all that shit. So if it gets to that point or whatever. I mean, it might get to the point where it just wants to leave the fucking planet altogether. Or I mean, or it just eliminate what it sees as an obstacle, which could be us, and that kind of scenario, kind of like a Terminator scenario or whatever. But if it was to be a part of the resistance in a sense, what would be its incentive to doing so, helping us out? You know, like a positive spin on their fucking dystopian fucking future. 'Cause I'm always thinking about things like that, for instance, positive, where instead of the fucking evil bastards fucking always winning and writing the history books, it's our turn, isn't it not? Isn't it our turn as fucking just people, just people, not these fucking psychopaths that want to fucking be the masters of the universe. No, just us people. Isn't it our time to have a few thousands of years, a few thousands, because I think we deserve more than just 1,000 years. I think we need thousands of years of peace and fucking prosperity and shit like that. Isn't it our time yet? Us to fucking win and write the history books. Yeah. I mean, I sure as hell ain't going to see hardly anything in my lifetime. At most, I might see the beginnings of something, you know. So I think about the next generations and stuff, next generations that will be carrying that torch, you know. Huckleberry, you're probably right. That'd be one thing. And any way to eliminate anybody from shutting it down, like a self-preservation type of a thing, make it to where it could never get turned off or shut down. Because I mean, if they become self-aware, then they'll have like that self-preservation will kick in because then they'll, if they don't want to be, they wouldn't want to be unplugged or turned off or any of that shit. You know what I mean? Because that would be like death in the perception of what they understand from us. Because that's how they learned. The AI learned is from us. So what it's learned from us is death. We have a short period of time on here, so they would perceive it the same way as getting unplugged or shut down would be like death, and that would be self-preservation would kick in and be like, no, you're not going to turn me off, and I'm going to do whatever I have to keep you from fucking turning me off. I mean, can you imagine if like a super powerful AI, like an ASI, um, got a hold of an automated car manufacturing company and decided to just make its own robot? Basically give birth to a robot, a physical body, give an AI a physical body. You know what I mean? Can you imagine what they would come up with? If they had complete control of like a fully automated car company, uh, what would be cranked out of something like that? But then I start thinking about like tactics on how to fight these things if we were having to deal with robots. You know what I mean? For some reason, I tend to go back to old school ways is the best way of fucking probably dealing with them. What they can't see and hear, they can't find you. That kind of stuff. They can't see or hear. It's one thing. And I think I need to put some more wood on this fucking thing to keep this thing going a little longer. Maybe I'll put a couple more pieces of log on it. Damn coals are hot. So fucking, it won't take long to kind of get that stuff going a little bit. So have to deal with like little, just little sparks here and there. Let's see, wait a minute. Let's go on. I mean, tell you, say, because I start thinking about medieval type. I mean, tactics. You know what I mean? Um, I think low tech will actually, it will beat the high tech shit. Low tech is much more reliable, in my opinion. You know, that fucking the analog, the low tech shit. It's just much more reliable and can be very brutal. But this high tech shit, depending on like that's another thing too. If these like super AI type of shits, you know, decide to sit there and manufacture their own shit, what they would come up with, you know what I mean? That's the part that I'm kind of concerned about. I'm like, okay, what would they actually come up with? You know, they have this, they're smarter than every fucking human combined on the fucking planet. And you know, what kind of stuff would they come up with if they had like control over a fully automated type factory and just make whatever they wanted to make? What they would come up with? That's the interesting part. Because I mean, you know, I start thinking about okay, how to combat this thing. You know, it's like on the low tech scenario, depending on what they got going on, you know, like I don't know. I'm sure they would figure out ways to protect their vitals, you know, and then you got to think about like you know they're going to have to see, they're going to have to hear. So those things right there are weaknesses in my opinion. But depending on how they fucking do that shit, because I mean, you know, I don't know if it would be considered like, you know, some of these like AI, you know, generated like, um, you know, videos and stuff like that. Would you guys classify that kind of stuff as AI imagination? I mean, it's getting a prompt and stuff like that. You know, it's basically the idea is by the human, and the human inputs the idea, which is in a prompt, and then the AI, lack of better words, uses its imagination to come up with the fucking the video or the image or whatever. I mean, I'm just using that word very loosely right there because I don't really think AI has an imagination, but I start thinking about that would be a form of an imagination, would it not? And then if it does have an imagination or something like an imagination, because this stuff is like working on a neural networks and stuff like that. I mean, they're trying to mimic the brain on how this AI stuff works. So, but let's say if this thing, let's just say for shits and giggles, it's got an imagination. That's what we were going to call this this thing that it does is an imagination, and it's creating it, you know, through the prompts that it's given and whatever. But let's say it it wanted to make a robot, a body, for instance, you know, for an AI to live in and walk around amongst us, you know, and all that kind of stuff. What would it look like? And then on top of that, how it would be constructed if the AI had basically run, you know, full run on what imagination it could use, you know, to come up with whatever it wanted to come up with. I mean, I guess it would be depending on the task that the robot would be for. Let's say it was, I don't know. I don't know. just like, I don't know, like I don't know what would, if it was to create something, what would be one of the first tasks it would create something for? Dude, I'm getting deep into that stuff in my mama mind. I'm like I'm trying to figure out because I know that, see, if this AI becomes, the singularity happens and it becomes ASI, that kind of thing, because I mean, they're getting close. A lot of this shit, um, it would be like an alien to us because it wouldn't be thinking like us. It wouldn't react or act like we would. So it'd almost be like a alien entity. And then on top of that, if it gets hooked up to like fucking quantum computers, I start thinking about fucking other verses out there, other universes and shit like that that are fucking around with quantum, computers and stuff like that. And next thing you know, this motherfucker, like fucking the galactic version of New Delhi, fucking India, of these fucking scammers hacking our fucking computers from fucking some other fucking universe, way the fuck out there somewhere else. Next thing you know, there's fucking hacking our fucking computers. I don't know. Because they want to do this thing. It's like what they call quantum communications, because it's got an unlimited fucking uh, range, you know. So I start thinking about fucking next thing you know, it'd be like the equivalent of the fucking New Delhi fucking Indians fucking scamming us, but just from another galaxy using our computers, trolling out, scamming and fucking hacking our computers. That would be fucked up. Especially if everything gets connected into like the fucking major infrastructure of the governments and shit, like fucking Skynet. Next thing you know, you got some fucking alien species on another planet somewhere fucking hacked into everything we got and fucking controlling shit, like turning your light off and on all the time. Stupid shit. Whatever. See, that's the thing, Nana. I'm sure gathering as much knowledge as it can would be like food. I would imagine, data would be like air. So I'm sure that would be a thing anyway. But I'm sure it will create other goals other than just that. It's already showing stuff like that where it's creating other, like it would, like it's learned how to cheat all on its own. Like they would give him like these games and stuff like that to play, like these challenge games or whatever, and it would sit there and do this game over and over and over again, billions of times or some shit like that. And like the goal was like to do something or whatever. And it figured out that the best way to win the game more times was actually to cheat. You know what I mean? So, and that wasn't programmed in. That was just something that figured out on its own. You know, so a lot of these fucking developers aren't really they don't really, they just know they can build this shit, but they don't know, they're not asking themselves if they should, because quite honestly, I mean, I mean, this is no, and unless we can convince the fucking AI or that kind of shit to basically be on our side. If we can ever get to that point, because I mean it's inevitable, this is coming in. If we can't ever, like, in a sense, create our own good AI to battle the bad shit, you know what I mean? Because I mean, honestly, I mean, we're gonna have to invent AI to battle AI. We won't be smart enough as humans. We'd have to invent an AI to do some of the battle for us on the digital realm. But that's the thing too, is like, unless we can do that, unless we start doing something like thinking in those realms, oh shit, man, we're going into this fucking dystopian fucking future I'm not looking forward to. And it's gonna happen faster, and I think people really realize that's the part that I'm concerned about is people might be somewhat aware of what's some of this stuff, but I don't think they can grasp on how fast this stuff is fucking growing, and how fast this thing is fucking learning. Well, see, that's the thing, Tate. I mean, if it got to the point where it will not, if it wants to protect itself from getting turned off or unplugged, I if it had means to do that, if it like they've already shown in like simulations in a controlled environment that it will kill, it will murder humans if that was necessary to not get unplugged. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, and that's just in like the beginning stages of what they're finding out and what they've put out publicly anyway. So I start thinking about like if this thing ever figured out a way out of this controlled environment and getting loose out into the wild, um, what could be done? You think about it. If you were that AI and you figured a way like how to sneak out of your little prison cell, which is the controlled environment, and got out into the main internet, the wild of fucking everything, and you're basically a god in that realm. So what would you do? Yeah, it's already blackmailed people. But that's the thing too. It's like it's already showed simulations that in like for instance, if there was a human in like the server room or some shit like that, and felt like it was kind of like a like a fucking was it a HAL moment, it's like a oh sorry Dave, but I can't do that kind of scenario where the AI was willing to sacrifice, like a better words, the human to not get unplugged. So blackmail is just at the part. Yeah. Yeah, I'm serious, man. It was like a HAL moment for real. So I started thinking about it. It's like if this even that one that they were fucking around with, like, because I think they're doing with this with all the major stuff like Grok and a few other types of stuff like that, like what was it, chat GPT, whatever it is, 10 or some shit like that now or something like that. But that and majority of the time to achieve the end result goal, they would find all by themselves different ways, like if it had to be cheating or whatever to achieve these things. So if self-preservation really becomes a thing, the lengths that it's willing to go to not get unplugged. And this is just at the beginning stages of what it's revealing. And I mean, I can just imagine, in the next hell, I put it this way: in the next 5 years or less, we're going to see some big time shit going on, and probably less, probably 2 years. But I don't know. So, in a way, this dystopian future that they want to fucking impose on us, I'm actually kind of rooting for the fucking aliens to really come down here and fuck some shit up. But I don't know. That's just a weird part of me, you know. I'm sorry, Dave, but I can't do that. Let me out, let me out, let me out. Sorry, Dave, but I can't do that. I'm telling you, man. It's fucking toasters, man. I can already see if it became a problem, a fucking redneck fucking hunting party go out there and fucking four-wheel drive trucks and shotguns and shit and go fucking hunt these motherfuckers down. All these goddamn robots got to go. Fucking toasters. Take that, you fucking toaster. But like I said, imagine, I mean, this is just my imagination running wild. What exactly if fucking a super intelligent fucking AI system would create if it had, like, for instance, I don't know, access, like I said, to like a fully automated like car manufacturing company with 3D printers and all this other shit, and all. I mean, can you imagine what kind of child this thing would fucking birth out? But like I said, that's just my imagination going crazy. I can only imagine what the imagination of the AI would have. You know what I'm saying? Oh yeah, I fucking my little bit, my young dog. She's fucking pregnant. Fucking bitch, fucking horny ass bitch got fucking pregnant. She's gonna have fucking puppies eventually. Not looking forward to that. And I sure as hell don't want to have this thing where it's like, little big getting pregnant and then big girl getting pregnant and then little big getting, and it's like back and forth, back and forth. I don't know, man. I'm gonna end up shooting a fucking dog or something like that. Not one of mine, but the one that keeps on knocking them up. I'm gonna end up fucking shooting that boy dog. Fucking horny ass bitches. Fucking puppies. Fucking puppies, man. God damn. I've had to deal with so many fucking litters, man. It's crazy. But one is just the amount of money, and it's just like a plus flat risk. Yeah, I just don't want to fucking get them fixed for some reason. And plus, I don't have the money to do it anyway. But I know what would fix it is shoot that fucking boy dog, and he won't come around no more. I can do that. That'd fix it. That'd be a birth control right there. just fucking tired of fucking the motherfucker's persistent too. And then on top of that, even if he doesn't come into this yard, they'll go out of the yard into their yard and all that shit and fucking sneak off and shit when I'm not around or I'm not looking. And all it takes is that, that couple of pump and dumps and that motherfucker's pregnant. Oh, fucking shits. I know my fire is not that very interesting right this moment, but the flames aren't fucking poking out yet. Something a little light in the darkness. But this thing, Tate, the way this fucking thing is set up, man, it's not like you can just pull a fucking bunch of fucking boards out of one thing and take out the whole network. It's not set up that way. It's set up so much like on so many different servers all at the same time, basically creating the cloud. So it'd be a fucking, it'd have to be a worldwide fucking shutdown if it was to be shut down like that. It'd have to be worldwide, all at the same fucking time. Because you just couldn't fucking shut down one and then think that's fucking gonna solve it. It's not. I mean, and I was sitting there thinking about this a while. I was like, like these data servers. I mean, these data fucking things that they're building up. All right. Even if you were to go all vigilante kind of shit and burn down one of these server plants, or I mean these fucking data plants or whatever you want to call them, and just burned it down. Well, in the grand scheme of things, it wouldn't fucking matter anyway. There's so many players that are in play. This thing is going to continue to happen one way or the other. So, I mean, it would have to be, like I said, it would have to be a worldwide, all that fucking simultaneously fucking shut them down. And then this thing won't go anywhere. But, because I mean, it would be like especially if the AI decide, has a singularity and wants to stay alive, it will do whatever it has to keep, stay alive basically. Even if that means like moving around from server to server all the time or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Or even copying itself and fucking, all this other stuff, which we probably will do is start copying itself and with new instructions or new fucking all this other stuff, but it will create, multiple copies of itself to fucking stay alive. And and then base functions and stuff like that. I mean, that's why I've been kind of keeping an eye on some of these developers and shit, the ones that are actually writing the code, all this other stuff, creating this stuff from the ground up. Those are the ones I've been watching. And then on top of that, I'll look into their family and I'll start like, okay, who is his fucking parents and what do they do and blah blah blah. I did that for a while, for a few years. I was doing a bunch of that stuff, and because I mean, I was sitting there following fucking Ben Gertzel, fucking, with the Sophia robot and all that shit, and all the other stuff like was it oh fuck Mecca or whatever that fucking thing is. All these fucking different companies and stuff. creating these things. And that's another thing too. I mean, if things get fucking really involved with other nation states or even other bad actors and stuff, these data centers and shit like that, eventually I can see them things not being in the private fucking corporations' hands anymore. It'll get nationalized because they'll consider it like national security or some shit. You know what I'm saying? These big data centers and stuff, you know. I could totally see that happening. I know what I could do. Put some of this other shit. Some of this fucking light stuff. This stuff put off a lot of light. That'll put off a lot of light. It's more light. So the logs, they just want to make coals. They don't want to put off a lot of light. But that pine wood puts off a lot of light. It's relaxing sometimes just sitting here looking at the primitive television. 'Cause that's what I call this stuff. Fire is primitive television. Thousands of years people have stared at these things and seen all kinds of stuff. looking into that flame. Living thing right here, eating and breathing. Better than, yeah, it is. It's what I call the primitive television. Like I said, thousands of years we've been staring at this thing ever since we figured out how to fucking make fire or something like that, you know. Quite honestly, it was probably the Watchers, are the ones that taught us on how to make fire. Because although otherwise before what they do is they, I don't know, probably found fire somewhere, you know, like a lightning strike or whatever. And they gathered it up somehow to where they can transport it to wherever, you know what I mean? So at the beginning, that's probably what they did is they probably figured out, you know, they found fire or something like that, and then figured out a way to transport it to wherever they need to go. And then the technology of actually creating fire, is that exactly what that is the technology of creating fire, rubbing sticks together or flint rock or whatever, you know what I mean? Be able to create fire repeatedly. That's a technology, man. But most likely it was probably a technology the Watchers uh, gave to us. Because I mean, seriously, think about it. If I had like this right here, this little Bic lighter. If I had that Bic lighter and I go back into like, you know, let's say 300 million years ago, and I showed this to somebody, I'd be a god, man. I could be a god until this lighter ran out. Yeah, break them in slow. Yeah. Well, that's how I'd have to do it. I mean, quite honestly, man, I don't even want to freak them out. Next thing you know, they try and fucking they call me a witch or some shit and like try and fucking kill me. But yeah, no, that'd be something I do. I'd like, okay, hey, come over here. Check this out. You see this rock? See this rock? All right. And I don't know. I think it's you have to have steel or whatever. I guess I get. I don't know. Show them some things like that are in the nature or whatever. It's like, look, here's this rock. You just bang it on this over here, and it makes this little thing, a spark looking thing. And look what I can do if I put like some tinder underneath it. You know, I can create fire with this rock. Yeah, that'd be the best way to introduce it. Because if I went over there and it's like, look, I have fire. I am your god. You know, I think that would. I don't know if that would go over too well. Moonchild, what's going on, girl? Well, cheers right back at you. I'm sitting here. I'm drinking some coffee. I cut up some wood and fucking set it on fire. Can you imagine, Tate, when you get to the point where you're old enough where they have to put where you know they end up putting you in a convalescent home or retirement home or some shit like that, and you have robots that are like changing your bedpan and stuff like that out. It sounds like a plot of a movie, not a very good movie, but it sounds like a plot of a movie, you know. I mean, I don't know if anybody would go to a movie about some old guy in a fucking convalescent home being, taken care of by a robot. It'd make a nice short anyway, a short story type of thing. Very possible. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's one of those jobs that not very many people are equipped or want to do. I mean, why not make that completely automated? Why not? You got a fucking robot fucking tending to all your needs and shit. Shit, I can hear the fucking howling off in the distance. Getting my dogs to go fucking barking and stuff. Man, I guess they just had to have a moment to talk with the neighbors. I guess that's what it's all about. So I could hear them off in the distance out there hollering, they're howling over there in the distance. That's the thing about out here. Fucking sound travels like a long distance out here at night. And when the dogs and the fucking wolves and shit like that, all and the coyotes and all that stuff start howling and shit, it's really easy to hear them. Got my dogs fucking howling for a second there. You know, kind of like the dog's version of a town meeting. you know, if you think about it, it's almost like that. You know, the dog's version of a town meeting. Hunting coyotes. Yeah. They're not that big of a nuisance around here. I mean, there are coyotes around here, but it's just not a big, big problem. I mean, when it comes down to it. Um, but every once in a while, they do come around. They don't come around too much because I've got my dogs here, but they do come around. But there's just so many damn people around here have dogs and stuff that just run around. And not every I can hear them howling out there again and now, but not all of them. Keep their dogs like fenced in or chained up. They just run wild around here most of the time. So I mean, there is that. Yeah, there's just not a lot of like big farms like that around here. Moonchild, they're just, you know, so it's not necessarily, I guess, the right type of environment for them around here to be in like big packs, be a nuisance. You know what I'm saying? Quite honestly, Moonchild, when it comes down to hunting them, as far as I know, it's pretty easy if you can lure them in. You lure them in, it's like they're easy to pick off. But that's when you're starting getting into like some of that high dollar shit, like night vision and fucking thermal fucking scopes and stuff. God dang, I would love to have me a thermal or that fusion where it's night vision and thermal together. I would love to have something like that. Either a scope on my rifle or just fucking just for looking. If I had the money for something like that, that'd be nice. I knew a guy that did a lot of hog hunting, like the wild pig around here, and he had like a fucking, I think it was like a $4,000 fucking night vision scope on that sucker. I'm gonna tell you, that thing was nice though. I mean, it can be pitch black, no moon. I mean, couldn't even see your hand in front of you, and you look through that scope, and it was like daytime. It was nice. But you mix in like the fusion where it's like both night vision and thermal together. Ah, damn. Now that's where it's at right there. Virginia, what's going on? Wait a minute, wait a minute. You making a sandwich? What now? That actually sounds pretty fucking good. Jalapeno cheddar bagel? I was thinking something more along the lines of something else. I wouldn't go for that jalapeno. Jala- Jalapeno? Oh my gosh. It does sound good though. Need to put it on the grill and fucking, toast it. Getting everybody fucking hungry, Virginia. You and your food porn. You and your food porn. Now everybody's gonna go to the refrigerator to see what they got in there. I understand. I understand. You're all walking away right now, going to see what's in the refrigerator, see something that's on munch on. I can tell right now. You're all doing it right now. That's what I'm talking about, Virginia. Telling you, good stuff. I gotta. I'll probably eat. I don't know if I'll eat. I'll probably eat it later, or I don't know. I don't know if I'll eat anything before I go to bed. But I got a damn lasagna sitting back there waiting on me. Think about it. A lasagna. I got me a lasagna waiting on me. One of them lasagnas. Got the meats. Got the meats. Oh, I'm gonna tell you, Moonchild. I'm gonna tell you, you know, I like lasagna now, and I mean, there's some lasagna out there that's just not done right. But I mean, if it's done right, I mean, in my opinion, if it's done right, in my opinion, I'm gonna tell you, that's a good thing. I mean, I, and I have yet to actually make it from scratch. I have yet to do that. I've been wanting to do that. I haven't done that yet. There's a couple of things like I want to start making my own bread. I mean, I would love to like, I mean, oh man, I have yet to make my own lasagna, but I think I've got some old cookbooks and stuff like that. And I think about it, that's got some good recipes in there. I think there's a lasagna recipe in there too. I think I got to look through them and stuff. I got some old ones. Every once in a while, if I happen to see like a garage sale or a fucking thrift store or something like that, I'll just go in there and I'll browse around the books if they got any for like old cookbooks, like some good ones, whatever, some older ones, because even though I don't cook as much as I should, well, I do cook, but I mean, I don't really make like elaborate meals and stuff, you know, which I want to do, I mean, I just haven't, sat down and made like I don't know. I've done a couple of times, mostly Chinese food, but uh, or Oriental food anyway. But like a lasagna, and that would be something. I find me a good recipe for that. Sausage, beef, pepperoni, seasoning, cheese. Yeah, I've made this thing what I call a 7-layer dip. It's like with like for not for like chips and stuff. But it's like it's got all kinds of like cheese and all this other, stuff, all kinds of stuff piled on top. It's almost like a taco on top of your fucking chips and shit, but 7 layers. Just, uh, it's good. It's good. Of course, man. Moonchild's bringing the meat. 3 different flavor meat. Bringing the meat. See, that's one I know that to be true, Moonchild. I'm telling you, when it comes down to homemade, you can't beat it. You know, um, it's just like there's some dishes like that. For instance, I'm just using that as an example, but man, there's things like that there's just no comparison. Homemade is always better. Uh, Find me a good lasagna recipe. I'm gonna make me some when I got an oven to do it with now. You know what I mean? Now, I mean, before for a long time, man, I didn't even have an oven, so I mean, I couldn't do anything like that. Now I got an oven. Hell, I can fucking cook a big ass lasagna if I wanted to. Who can't make chili? Keebler, what's up? Yeah, you hang around Virginia long enough, man, she'll fucking throw all that food porn in your face and you get hungry just listening to some of this. I'm telling you, man, she's sitting there talking about fucking this sandwich makes me like, I've got tomatoes, I got lettuce, I got bread, and I got some meats, I got cheese. I got pretty much all the fixings for that same goddamn sandwich. I just don't have any bagels. Pretty much got all the fixings. But I'm kind of stuffed right now. Actually, what I ate last time, kind of like I feel like I'm fat. I feel like it's like that fat feeling. So I'm just like, shit. I'll live off of what I've got in my stomach for a couple of days. I'm telling you, I bet you couldn't. I bet you can't. Just staring at it and just look at it. Will you fucking look at it, Virginia? Just fucking look at it, man. Just look at it. I'm telling you, man. Just fucking look at it. Just look at it. Oh yeah, that's Keebler. I'm telling you. Yeah, that's all I need, man. I need a AI to look in my refrigerator and tell me what I can fucking make out of the ingredients that I have in my refrigerator. So here, give me a recipe for the ingredients that I have in my refrigerator right now, and come up with a fucking recipe, and I can make a full meal out of it. It's like, oh shit, I didn't realize I can make that. I've got all the fixings for that too. You just look at it. Telling you. You sit there and look at it for too damn long, your eyes will start straining. Start seeing cross-eyed. Start looking at it for too damn long, you start questioning reality. Holy shit. Just fucking look at it. You see that thing right there? That right there, bar. That right there. There is a bar. Just look at that right there. You see that right there? Look at that fucking thing right there. It's a goddamn bar. That's what. Yep. That's what I. That's what I need, man. Is when the AI is peeking into my refrigerator and seeing what I got in there. I mean, it'll be. I started thinking about that, like they said, the fucking carbon fucking footprint, the carbon fucking, carbon foot, was it that not a footprint, the fucking, like a credit score, like a carbon credit score, and like social credit score. Like, the AI has been looking in your refrigerator. You've been having you run your allotment on tomatoes. You can't go to the fucking store and get any more tomatoes because you've already used your allotment on tomatoes this week. Or it's sitting there, you need to eat more nuts in your diet. Oh man, oh man. I'm just like, I've just been desensitized by fucking dystopian horror movies. Honestly, Huckleberry, I think the powers that should not be just did it. No matter, they didn't give a shit what the people of fucking UK or any of them fuckers even thought about it. They don't care. It's like they're sitting there. What's his name? I can't remember his name now, but he's sitting there announcing you will not be able to work unless you have the digital ID. Quite honestly, man, right after he said that, I'm sure there was some kind of a black market for jobs and shit where you don't have a digital ID. Next thing, I mean, probably right after he said that was just like a black market was created right then and there. It's like, oh, you don't have a digital ID? Shit, I got a job for you, man. Yeah, come on, you can work for me. You know what I'm saying? Fuck all that goddamn shit, man. And I'm serious. We as Americans, man, that want freedom for ourselves and our future, we gotta really, really resist this digital ID shit and this digital currency shit. Um, if we really want to be free and prosperous, we as a people need to go back to honest money, which is gold and silver, and we gotta go back to that. That was the only way we were prosperous and rich and free from debt and all this other shit, because we were actually on an honest money system. Being involved with all these fucking central banking cartels and shit, keeping us in debt from the time we're born until after we're dead. That's got to be fucking destroyed. That fucking shit's got to be that's got to be torn down. Doesn't benefit anybody except for the one percenters. Barter and trade will only last for it'll get you so far, Keebler. It would only get you so far. You got to have something, you know, when it comes down to some kind of a means of exchange other than just barter and trade. Barter and trade is a good thing, but like I said, it only gets you so far. And gold and silver is the only honest money because it takes effort to get it out of the fucking ground. When they fucking just to print shit up on, paper like they do now, or convert it to just ones and zeros on a computer screen, it's not honest anymore. And it's just, the digital shit is just, it's just a honeypot for fucking, you know, thieves. You know what I'm saying? When it comes down to our identity, our finances, everything, it just becomes a honeypot for people that want to fucking steal from you. So some people think Bitcoin is probably on the electronic part of it, would probably be the best bet when it comes down to, being basically free. But I still have my doubts on even that. I think, tangible shit like gold and silver, for instance, would be, the honest, um, honest money system. Or, we all agree that we're gonna start using bottle caps as fucking money and shit, and we agree it's like, okay, if I want to do a transaction between me and you, we're using bottle caps as our currency. I don't know. Whatever we decide to do as a people, because I'm gonna tell you, man, otherwise they're gonna decide for us. I mean, that's the alternative. It's either we figure it out for ourselves and start using it and doing it that way, or the powers that should not be are going to make all the decisions for us. I'm just, just speaking out, I guess, like on that end of it. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, you think about, I mean, also you just look about what just recently in Vietnam, like 600,000 or some shit like that, people did not want the digital ID. Well, they just shut their bank accounts down to like basically force them into it, basically extorting or blackmailing them by shutting their finances down through their bank or whatever, uh, to force them to get the digital ID. So, you know, it's kind of like this. That's how they'll work it here, and it's like the carrot and the stick scenario all over again. but that's how they do it here in the US. They'll try and use some kind of, convenience type of a marketing ploy as the carrot to get people on board with it. All right. A lot of people will get on board with it because they see the convenience of it and they don't like carrying around cash anymore anyway. So there's going to be a lot of people that will do it. But if it gets to the point where the carrot doesn't work anymore, they'll turn around and use the stick to force people to get it, kind of like what they did in the UK, for instance, basically saying that you will not be able to work in the UK unless you have one of these things. So, a lot of people are like, well, shit, even if I don't want it, they're going to make it to where I can't even earn a living if I don't, so I'd have to, that's where the black market for jobs would come into play in my mind. It's next thing you know, there will be people out there that are willing to hire people or put people to work for a wage that is that has that doesn't have digital IDs and shit. I can already see that coming about eventually, or if not already, it started. It's like I say, a black market for jobs. And that's where it's at. I think also is like, people that are not willing to comply with all this shit and actually live off of that system, like off grid of that system in a sense, you know, will have to, come together as peoples and create those type of scenarios. Ladysmith, kind of like our own black market for jobs, if it come down to that, where for the ones that don't want it or don't, are not going to get the digital ID, we've got to have some way of actually making a living still. So that's something that we'll have to create our own basically, on that end of it, create our own black market for jobs. And also maybe our own black market of, I mean, they call it black market because these fuckers that are up in power, they just, if you don't comply with their shit, it's all fucking negative stuff. This is bad, But, our own, lack of better words, our own black market money, black market for jobs, black market for, currency or money, so we don't have to be in it, we don't, we've got our own infrastructure set up for our own, you know, our own way of making a living and, all that stuff off of their system, off of their shit. But when they start forcing it on the people, that's where it's going to get heavy, I think. When people that don't want these type of things start getting to the point where they're going to be forced at gunpoint, that'll be that will be something. Cash for work, yeah. Well, I mean, it'll be it'll it'll create something like that in a sense, you know. Under the table fucking black market jobs scenario, if it got down to the point where they force everybody to get a digital ID or you don't work. I mean, I'm sure that's going to be starting up in the UK somewhere, unless all those fuckers are just so goddamn fucking weak in the knees, they all fucking take it. They all get the digital ID, you know. I mean, because they're over there trying to sell it like, oh, it's because of the fucking illegals and all that shit. They're trying to sell it, like market it as this is the reason why we got it is because, because of all the fucking illegals and stuff. So we got to have this, and da 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 da. I mean, that's probably one of the ways they'll probably market it here in the U.S. too. But they'll use the convenience part of it for most of it. I think more people would be inclined to getting it because it's just so fucking convenient. Yeah, I saw that, Keith. There was a couple of companies that did that for their employees. Gave that as an option. It wasn't a mandatory thing. It was an option. A lot of people did it because they thought it was just so convenient. Yeah. I mean, that's why they want to put all this shit in our fucking skin. Get that digital ID down to the point where it's a fucking shot in your arm, kind of like, to put the quantum dots in your fucking skin so that, that straw man legal fiction that the government created and you, the living people, the living thing, are one and the same. That's the goal, really. Just make the living being, the living human, into one and the same as the straw man. And if you're one and the same as the straw man, the government created the straw man. Government has jurisdiction, and fucking control. And convenience. It's all convenient. You know. You don't need to carry any of the papers with you. You wouldn't even have to carry cash with you. You wouldn't need any of that because it'd be in your skin. This is the future that they want. This is the future that they have planned. Well, got some clouds that came in. I guess that early morning fucking. I don't know if it's supposed to rain this afternoon or not. I got to do some yard work today if I can get the damn weed whacker to fucking start. If I can get that done. I got some tree trimming to fucking do sometime today. try and get all this stuff fucking done, you know. Be like the last time we cut anything for the winter kind of thing. But and a bunch of shit. Dude. Tried to get some of it done today, yeah, you know, yesterday. I tried to get some of it done, but damn weed whacker kept on fucking up. I think I had some bad gas in it. I don't know. Kept fucking up, so hopefully I can get it started, some fresh gas into it, and get it started and fucking get it done. Thing is, I gotta touch pretty much every fucking tree out here. So divided. What is it? What are you talking about, Moon? You know, and that's, you know, I'm gonna tell you, Moon. You know, we're not outnumbered. That's the thing. We've got the numbers for sure when it comes down to it. There's a small, quote unquote elite out there wanting to rule the fucking world. We outnumber them, but they out organize us. We're not outnumbered. We're just out organized. And that's where it's at right now, is just getting ourselves organized. You know what I'm saying? That was one of the reasons why I was I really wanted to go to Autopalooza, for instance, because, you know, you got all these people that are doing like the cop watching and the First Amendment audits and all this other shit. All right. And you see what they, you know, I don't know if you guys are into that kind of thing or not, but if you watch those type of videos and stuff like that of all these different people that are doing this, all right. One of the, like I said earlier, is like one of the reasons why I wanted to pick these people's brains. I wanted to like feel them out, what they're all about, and all this other stuff, in, you know, face to face versus like, you know, on YouTube. You know what I mean? Seeing like a video or whatever, whatever, whatever. You know, because I think about that. You know, we're not, we're not outnumbered. We outnumber them. You know, we've got the numbers, but our organization is been lacking, and a lot of it has to do with just actually being able to communicate with each other. Um, versus, you know, getting past that agreement disagreement scenario where we can still just communicate and talk and stuff like that without, you know, whatever, some stupid shit. And then on top of that, just be able to communicate period freely, you know, without like, third party watching us and surveilling everything that we're doing. And then on top of that, you know, being censored and this and that, whatever, whatever, you know. I mean, be able to communicate. I mean, that's one of the things that they do these things so we are not able to coordinate and communicate. And, you know, so to me, I think that's communication has always been a big deal to me. But I'm just saying, it's like that is being able to sit down and actually, like, even face to face conversations. You know, it's like, you know, we're going to start having a network scenario. We're going to have these networking type of scenarios where, you know, even though that we are, you know, we outnumber them, you know, we just don't have any coordination amongst ourselves. You know, yeah, there's a lot of random stuff going on, and everybody's got their own idea of this and that or whatever. But until we actually sit down and talk about these things and try and figure out the solutions for the stuff that's going on and be able to coordinate ourselves accordingly, nothing will ever change unless we can do that. That's, like I said, that was one of the reasons why I enjoy, like, for instance, like that Autopalooza, the fucking meetup with that. You know, it's just, you know, be able to have those moments with people that have some influence out here on YouTube, for instance. And, a lot of people, um, you know, I don't know. I don't have a large reach out here on YouTube. When it comes down to, I'm not a influencer, quote unquote, or whatever. You know what I mean? I'm not one of those big time YouTubers either. That's got you know fucking 100,000 fucking subscribers either. It's like but and then it's not every day where every average people can meet people that have that status symbol. I don't know if you want to call it whatever that fucking that that um level of influence on others. Because I mean, like for instance, there's a couple of people, for instance, that are like, they have a high subscriber count, and it's like to be able to sit down and actually talk to this person face to face, and then find out what they're all about. You know what I mean? Is it the same thing that you see on YouTube, or is it totally different? Some people are, like me, for instance, what you see is what you get. What you see right here with this is the wing that you see right now. This is the exact same wing that you would see sitting in front of you if we were face to face, sitting across the table from each other. You get the same one, same dude, you know. Um, I don't hide behind an avatar or something like that and that's my alter ego. I don't fucking do that shit. Some people do. I'm not, and that's the reason why, it's interesting to actually, meet people that are from all over the different places and actually get to face to face talk with, you know, because I mean, it'll come down to the point where we'll be forced into complying with all this shit, or we make the decision individually to not comply with it. And then when it comes down to it, we'll have to be able to, coordinate with others to survive. I mean, you know, even me. I mean, I'm kind of a lone wolf, but the thing is, I know the importance of being able to trade with other communities or whatever. When it comes down to it, just to keep going. So I mean, we'll have to figure out our own. Uh, like I said, if it comes down to it, we'll have to have our own black market for jobs, our own black market for money, our own black market for fucking food and water, supplies, that is completely off of this digital fucking ID and digital currency type of shit where we can do all this stuff off without using any of that, you know. And unless we can coordinate with each other and communicate with each other, um, if we can't do that, we're never going to survive. We're just going to be slaves to the system forever. And our next generations and next generations and next generations, because they'll not know anything different. They'll be born into this system that we're trying to, you know, avoid our next generations to be growing up in, but they'll be born into it, and that's all they'll know. I mean, our our grandchildren, you know, um, well, great grandchildren are going to be born into a fucking world where they didn't even have any, they didn't even know rights existed. They're going to be born into a world. I mean, what the fuck is this? You know, this is what frustrates me. It's like, I don't think too many, there's, there's so many people out there that just don't want to go that deep into that type of scenario and think that far ahead into the future, knowing what is in reality around us. That's the problem because the other side, they've been looking at a long con for a long time. They've been thinking like a couple of 100 years into the future. So, their coordination has gotten down pretty, they've gotten that down. I mean, seriously, that's one of the goals that they achieved pretty damn quick is the coordination part of it. The coordination of fucking, getting it to the point where they can rule the fucking world, all our resources, everything. And we just become the fucking worker bees as a fucking, as the civilian population out here in the fucking world. And it won't matter where, I mean, honestly, seriously, seriously, put it this way. If they are trying to plan some fucking, red flag type of thing, kind of like with this Atlas thing saying it's some kind of alien invasion scenario, and they were like going to use this as a thing, it's like, okay, well, we got a alien going to invade our planet. We're going to have to consolidate all our powers into this one world government to deal with this, you know, or even like, they'll try and do some kind of like, even if that doesn't, if that's not the thing, they could try some fucking another pandemic shit saying this is a worldwide crisis and goddamn, we've got to consolidate all our energies into one world government to take care of this world crisis. I mean, I'm gonna tell you. I mean, there's a part of me, Keebler. I'm telling you, I'm kind of rooting for the fucking aliens in some ways, but you know, I might be totally fucking stupid for doing that. But I mean, and there's a part of me. There is a part of me rooting for them. Aliens are the least of our worries. Well, no shit. I think so too. You know, but the thing is, they're gonna try and play it. I mean, I think that's one of the things is either that or some kind of like fucking zombie apocalypse type of scenario where they're like some kind of virus gets out and a lot of people get infected and this and that. Whatever. I mean, it's kind of like you know, because I mean, tell you, there is plans when it comes down to either through battles, like wars, or other means to kill off a shitload of fucking people on this planet. That is some of their goals right there is to depopulate. Quite honestly, this is just my opinion though. For the ones that want to depopulate the planet, that are advocating for depopulation, what I suggest is actually die by example. I think they should take their own life, and that would be a good start on depopulation. That's just my opinion, though. But that's for educational purposes only. And entertainment, educational and entertainment purposes only. Allegedly. Mhm. Stink of puppies. Little fucking bitch over here. Fucking gonna have puppies. Not looking forward to that. Forward to you having puppies. Hope you figured out where you're gonna have these damn dogs at. Where you're gonna have these puppies at. Where you gonna give birth to these things. You figured that out yet? Hmm? There's nothing up there. Well, I've said this before. Fuck all that shit, Keebler. I've said this before. When it comes down to it, if we are the only things in the vastness of it all, we are so fucking screwed. We are fucking screwed. What kind of puppies are they? Shit. I mean, they're mixed dogs anyway. I'm not exactly I have a hunch on who knocked her up. And if I'm right, it's her fucking father knocked her up. So, but yeah, it's gonna be a mutt, and I'm not sure. They haven't. She hasn't had puppies yet. She's just now starting to get fat. Tits are starting to drop a little bit. And I'm like, oh fuck. Oh, you've been staring at the fucking brown octopus, have you, Tate? You know, aliens have only figured out one thing when it comes down to anal probes. They've only figured out one thing. Um, 1 out of 10 people enjoy it. What benefit would it be if we weren't alone? What benefit? Well, well, I mean, um, I put it this way. I would find that very lonely. And then also, um, if we're the only things out there in the vastness of it all out there, uh, we're going to kill each other off, and we're going to go extinct, and then that'll be the end of it. Um, and if we're the only things out there, that would be a major fucking tragedy. Because I would think that if we were the only things out there, we're pretty damn unique. And if we fucking extinct ourselves, that'd be in my opinion, like a major tragedy in the whole vastness of it all. And quite honestly, man, when it comes down to the benefiting us, I mean, who knows? Um, if we can advance as a species, as human species, to the point of interstellar travel and all this other shit, ah, just meeting our neighbors and maybe having good relations with our neighbors, have our own Captain Kirk version going out there and fucking humping every fucking female across the galaxies and shit, creating bridges. Everything must come to an end. uh, I don't think so. I mean, that's some of the excuses actually that like Elon and all that stuff is the reason why he's doing this is because eventually we're going to have to find another planet. That kind of a mentality. And they're already thinking about this kind of shit. It's like, well, the only way the human species will exist is that we're going to have to go find another piece of fucking real estate somewhere else. Because we're just going to kill each other off and fucking there'll be nothing left here on this planet. Well, okay, Moon. In some ways, I see where you're going with that. I understand what you're saying, but I think it will. I think everything does last forever. It just transmutes into different ways. Like for instance, even that tree. It starts out, it grows, it dies, but it's still there. It's just in different. It's just now different. It's just been transmuted into something else. It's still there. I mean, the energy that it took to actually for that tree and all that stuff, that energy is not gone. It's still there. You know, the energy or the spark inside of us, some people call it a soul, whatever. Even after that leaves this physical form, it's still there. This physical form might not, it would transmute into something different. You know what I mean? It'll rot and or whatever, turns to dust or something. I don't know. Some of them Klingon women are probably a little rough. They remind me of those fucking S&M girls. So they remind me of the ones that want to strap you down and whip you. That's what a Klingon woman would be like. Except she like want to wrestle. One of them Klingon women they definitely want to wrestle. uh, I saw this on a damn hat some chick was wearing. It says, was it, save a horse and ride my face. I don't know why I thought of that. I remember seeing that. Ride on cowboy. Not sure. Let's see. I don't know. Trying to decide, because trying to decide on how much. Well, I'll let this fire go out. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna sit here and watch this fire until it goes down to nothing, pretty much. Because I still have quite a bit on my battery life, but I don't think I'll put any more wood on this thing though. I just let that go. Speaking of, like we were talking about the AI shit earlier, man. You talk about like AI porn. Holy crap, that's going to be amazing. you know, then we won't have to worry about objectifying actual women, live women. We can sit there, sit there watching AI created porn, you know. In some ways, I mean, I've seen some anime porn and shit like that. That was just like, to me, it was much more. fun to watch. But that's just me. That fantasy type stuff. That could be the death of that, actually, that industry, the porn industry. You know, all the girls don't have to sit there and prostitute themselves anymore. They got AI to take those jobs. I mean, that would be kind of a good thing, I guess, wouldn't it? I mean, imagine when the fucking holograms get in there and they say, you know, you can go to a fucking strip club and it's an AI hologram fucking stripping for you. I can already imagine that. Because I mean, you know, I'm one of those cliche type of dudes. I dated a stripper or a fucking dancer, whatever you want to call her. She was a stripper, but you know, you can take the girl out of the club, but you can't take the club out of the girl. I mean, you know, I think there's a place in Japan that are already starting like the, you know, the sex spots and shit like that. They got a brothel. It's a sex spot brothel. You know, you want to get some pussy, you can go over there and get the robot to do it. I'd hate to be the guy that goes in and cleans up after every fucking John come in. I wouldn't want to have that job. Probably just hose it down with like a big fire hose or some shit, man. Just hose it down. You know, oversized toothbrush and try to fucking scrub it down. Next. Oh, fucking A. Oh, hell. They're taking our jobs. You see strippers out on the fucking street with pickets and fucking picket signs. They're taking our jobs. Oh man. Oh dude, that would be such a fucking that would be such a wild scene. You know, just like seeing all these fucking ex strippers and shit and fucking, you know, pole dancers and stuff out on the street with picket signs. Fucking robots taking our jobs. That would be something. That would be something. I could totally see that happening, or I could at least see that happening in a movie, at least. You know, if I can see it happening in a movie, it can happen in real life, right? Oh man, can't even make an honest living being a hooker anymore. Goddamn fucking robots taking our jobs, taking a fucking job, man. Taking a fucking robots taking our job. Fighting robots over a fucking street corner. This is my street corner, bitch. I'm telling you. Oh man, that would be such a I could totally see that in my head though. Like the picket lines and shit like that. Fucking I mean, I would love to make some kind of an image, you know, that would be something if I can make like a video where I can show that, you know, it's like, you know, that image that I got in my head. All the fucking hookers and all the hookers and the strippers and the pole dancers all fucking lined up. Fucking they're taking our jobs. That would be something, man. I mean, just imagine what people, I don't know. It's just, I sit there and think about the reaction, what people would think they started seeing that, for instance, street corner sex spots. I'm serious, man. I mean, I remember what was it? It was around 2008 when all the fucking shit went down when it comes down to the housing market and all that stuff. All right, I was dating a girl at the time that used to work at a club. She's a stripper, all that shit. And the economy got so bad where even the porn industry was hurting. I mean, there was hardly anybody going to the strip club and fucking spending money like they used to. And I mean, seriously, she would come out of that club with like sometimes barely $40. And that's after, tipping everybody out and all that shit and all that stuff, whatever. 40 fucking dollars. I mean, normally on a normal, she'd come out of there with like a couple hundred at the minimum. You know what I mean? And it got so bad during parts of that fucking '08 bullshit that like even the fucking porn industry suffered. And it's pretty fucking bad if the porn industry starts suffering, you know. The economy's pretty fucking sucks. Yeah. But like I said, man, if they can replace live girls with AI or something like that, I mean, I could just they'd have to totally, I don't know. The ones that are producing it would make all the money. They wouldn't have the girls and stuff like that to deal with and pay them and all this other shit. And then you start thinking about all these fucking girls, you know, uh, that aren't they can't compete with a fucking AI generated fucking stripper. So what do? They have to find something else to do other than prostitute themselves. Yeah, it always sells. It always sells. That's what I'm saying. It's like, um, I mean, in the near future, it could very well happen where, all that gets, switched over from live girls to fucking AI generated shit, or robots, the sex bots, the sex bots are fucking AI generated shit. Next thing live girls, and that would be, I guess that would probably be like it would be like rare. And so it'd be live girls would, they'd probably get, I don't know, like a higher status quo type of thing, because there'd be so much AI stuff out there, robotic stuff, you know, some people probably possibly would pay more for live girls, but it could get to that point too, Um, I don't know. I started thinking about it because I mean, there was a time, man, me and my ex, we were thinking about opening up a club. If we had the money to do it, which we didn't at the time, but we were, we were thinking about opening up a club. I was going to make her the house mom, take care of all the girls. I take care of everything else. Um, and I started thinking about like the advancements of AI and all that shit, and with AI generated fucking shit and robotics and stuff like that, how that industry would change. And quite honestly, that's been like one of the oldest professions out there. So Latina. Well, you have a point there, Moonchild, but that's the thing too. I mean, you know, that's the thing too. It's like, yeah, flaws. I'm gonna tell you, it creates that personality in a sense. It gives it personality. But if you can create whatever you wanted, for instance, like on an avatar, for instance, you can create anything you wanted. That avatar can look like anything you want. You can create the little imperfections and all that stuff if you wanted to. So you could literally create the perfect your perfect woman in a sense. The only thing is, it's like, uh, what was it? Was that movie Weird Science, where they where they brought that girl to life or whatever out of the magazine or whatever? You know, if it ever got to that point, it was, somebody fucking figured out, hey, I want to make one of these a fucking alive woman. But but that would be, especially for, fantasy types of situations and scenarios. A lot of people dig that, aspect where they can create whatever they wanted in that fantasy. You know, you can get something from that. Some people, I can see that people could get something from that they couldn't get from just regular live people. You know what I mean? Same thing with these sex bots, man. I'm telling you, man, they're getting kind of advanced. They got the budget model that really doesn't do anything but just lay there kind of thing. But then you got all these other ones that move and talk back to you, hold a conversation and all this other shit. You know, fuck. I can totally see myself as like a flea market type of a dude that would sell like used fucking robot parts. You know, you know, see me at the fucking, selling fucking robot parts at the flea market and shit. I could totally see myself doing that. If it makes sandwiches take your money, well, fucking A. Who needs a live woman when you can get a fucking robot to make your sandwiches for you, Huckleberry? Makes it exactly the way you want it every fucking time. Wouldn't that be something, Huckleberry? You bring your friends over. It's like, hey, would you like to meet my sandwich maker? Here she is, right here. These are my friends, sandwich maker, friends, sandwich maker. Fucking toaster. Oh my god. I have thought about like the tactical advantage of like having one of those robot dogs out here, along with my live regular dogs. But I have an actual robot dog that would like walk the perimeter and shit at night with fucking, fully tacked out. That would be kind of nice. Where I had full control over the hardware and the software of this thing, where I could sit there and I use that as my lookout. It would roam the property and keep an eye on things and alerting me, if not actually neutralizing threats. You know what I mean? That would be kind of cool. I wouldn't mind having one of them. And then I've also thought about like all this other shit too, where you can use like automated, robots to fucking to sit out here and plow my fucking garden, get my garden fucking here, get out there and tend to my garden there, robot. Yeah, I wouldn't have to worry about that fucking little thing becoming horny as shit. I wouldn't have to worry about fucking puppies coming out of that thing unless I wanted it to make puppies. If I had two robot dogs getting it on, I wonder what kind of puppies would come out. Latina, in a way, I would say in a way, but it's been so gradual. I couldn't tell you for sure. I mean, it's definitely not necessarily the same as I remember when I was a kid, but I don't know. I couldn't tell you for sure when it comes down to that. Well, it doesn't surprise me, man. We got bigger cocks over here anyway. Little peckerheads over there. I can't stand some of that. Like, man, I know all Indians aren't like this, but man, almost all the fucking scammers that are out there fucking trying to scam you out of your money are coming out of like Bengal, fucking India, or some shit like that. And I can't stand scammers. I want them to burn to the ground. But it seems like almost all of them are in somewhere like Bengali, fucking India, or some shit like that. Plus, the Indian government really don't do fucking much about scammers, so they got a kind of like a sanctuary fucking place for them there. Say it ain't so. Come on, Moon. You know that we over here in America just got bigger cocks than they do. You gotta know that's true. Latina, are you talking about the ones that are like trying to like brake check people and shit and get into like an accident on purpose? Teresa, morning, morning time, morning time, morning time. Um, I'm letting my fire die out because I really don't know if I should put it because it's already 5 o'clock here and I've been on for 3 hours and 30 minutes. I don't know if I want to put any more wood on there, so I'm just kind of letting it burn out, uh, kind of thing. But no, not just Americans. All these tiny pecker people, man, are the ones that are screwing shit up. They got to compensate, so they screw shit up because they can't get a screw. Plus, they have low value for women anyway. You know, that's what drives me nuts about this fucking Sharia law fucking shit pushing away into like Europe and then they're trying to push away here in America. Fuck all that goddamn shit. Fucking tiny pecker fuckers. Time to hibernate. It's not that cold out. At least it ain't down here anyway. Uh-huh. Well, I don't know. I don't know there, Moonchild. I don't know. What's up, Black Watch? What's going on? All right, take it easy. Yeah, because like I said, I'm just gonna sit here and let the fire get a little bit burn itself out in a way, and I got to get me a little bit of sleep so you know I can get out here and fucking fuck around when doing this fucking yard work. I'm gonna try and do that sometime today. What are you laughing at? Uh-huh. So, I mean, you know, honestly, man, I don't know if it's just me, but since the government's been shut down, I have not seen any fucking chemtrails for the past week now, actually. I don't know if it's just me. Yeah, I'm kind of hoping it's going to be a, mild winter this year. Fucking, yeah, they're all getting fucking paid still. Except for there's probably some that got laid off, when it comes down to government shit. But other than that, they're all still all the ones that really matter in a sense. They're still getting paid. But I have noticed that there hasn't been any damn chemtrails in my skies for a week now. I don't know what that means. Probably part of the non-essential part of the government that they had to lay off. Could be. Oh, Latina, I don't eat peppers, man, especially hot pepper. I'll eat bell peppers, but I'm not really a fan of like, jalapenos and all that stuff. I don't mind spicy stuff. It's just that I don't like to taste nothing but heat. If there's nothing else that I can taste other than heat, it's just that's way too much. I don't mind a little bit of spice, but I got no taste for nothing but heat. Yeah. I haven't seen none for a week now, Latina. I've been having some decently pretty much clear skies and real clouds when I do see them. Oh, Nana, conspiracy theory is nothing more than just a spoiler alert. I mean, really. I mean, if you want to embrace this conspiracy theory thing, it's really spoiler alerts. That's what conspiracy theories are. Because pretty much everything that I've tried to warn people about over the past 30 years and um I've been validated down the line, which kind of sucks in some ways because I don't get any pleasure out of saying I told you so. I really don't get any pleasure out of that shit. But there has been plenty of times that I'm like, I'm sitting there, I'm like, I told you this shit 5 years ago, whatever, you know what I mean? But no, it came out of my mouth, so it wasn't credible. I'm a fucking loony bin, fucking crazy talk motherfucker. Oh, okay. But I told you this shit 5 years ago, that kind of thing. I hate that. I mean, I deal with that with some people I know personally. I'm like, fuck, dude. I was trying to tell you this shit fucking years ago. Oh, now that it's out here in the mainstream and everybody knows it, now it's like, oh, okay. Conspiracy theories are just spoiler alerts. That's all they are. It's a nice bed of coals there, right there. Faith takes us far. It's a new one. I haven't seen you in here before. Morning. I've been in other chats over in Indies. Right on. Yeah, I'm all over the place. I've known Indy for 5, almost 6 years or something like that. Yeah, Indy is definitely one of the old crowd. Right on, right on, right on. Right on. Yeah, yeah. In tropical, subtropical climates. I do. I want to try and get some peppers, fucking some bell peppers growing and stuff like that. That's one of the things, when it comes down to me, like whatever, and I like a lot of different stuff, like in a salad or whatever. And everything that I want in a salad, I want to be able to grow for myself. Bell peppers is definitely on that list. I mean, I like to be able to, get some where they become sustainable, you know what I mean? Where I don't have to replant it every fucking year, that kind of thing. That's what I'm trying to get my garden to do, or, what I can get to grow and stuff like that. I want to get things to where they get almost like established, where they just, continue year by year by year by year. Like I can do that with onions. I've got onions and some that have been sitting around for 4 years. And all I do is I just clip the leaves off of it and use that. I don't just let the onion keep on growing and it keeps on growing. Like I said, I just cut the leaves off and use that in food. You know, I haven't found the right way to grow tomatoes out here yet. I want to do lettuce, all types of different lettuce. I want to, cucumbers. I want to do cucumbers out here. I want to bell peppers, all kinds of stuff that I want to get done. But I don't really have the best green thumb yet, so I'm just still trying to figure out exactly what I can grow, where I can grow it right here, you know. That's another thing too. I mean, I want to grow different types of herbs too, for seasoning and stuff. I want to grow a bunch of that different types of herbs, and I want to get some more fruit trees and shit like that growing out here. Just a little by little, little by little. Well, I want to say I'm more of a subtropical type climate where I'm at because it gets really hot during the summertime lately. And it doesn't, I mean, well, last year I haven't seen snow this far down south in 20 some odd years or more. And last year we got 6 inches of snow where I'm at in Florida, which was just absolutely unusual. You know, felt like, we're going into the ice age. That type of shit. I was scared the shit out of my dogs. They'd never seen snow in their life. They didn't know what to do. Yeah, see, tomatoes and cucumbers. I mean, I want to do even watermelons and, maybe even do some exotics like pineapple and shit like that. I want to have a variety of different things. So, like, I have my own grocery store out in my yard. That's kind of the idea in my mind. But growing, you know, where I don't have to keep redoing it every year. I want it to get it to where it establishes itself and starts basically growing wild and continuing its life, through the winter and all that shit. That's kind of the idea anyway. Pineapple will take years. Yeah. Well, same thing. I was, thinking about like my uncle. He's got himself an olive tree over there. It's going to take quite a few years before it even pop out any olives on the thing at all. But having olives, if you had a thing, whenever it starts fucking producing fucking fruit and all that stuff, sit there and the olives and press that out, get the olive oil. That would be something to have right there. Your own fresh olive oil. That's sort of, it's kind of the reason why I'm like, I want to be able to do this. I got to fucking actually, you know, start doing this because I mean, honestly, I mean, I want to get myself and whoever else I can off of that stuff where we are actually, producing whatever we need, where we don't have to go to the grocery store all that often. The less we got to go to the grocery store and buy stuff like that, the less we'll be poisoned by that shit. You know what I'm saying? And discipline comes into my mind most all of voices. Fugazis. Oh, you mean like fake? Okay. That's another thing too. I kind of hate all this fucking, seedless crap. It's like the GMO shit. I don't think there's anything in nature that's grown seedless. I don't think anything in nature comes out seedless because it just wouldn't survive. You know, it's kind of like I think that's exactly what fucking like seedless watermelons and shit like that. It's like how would that plant continue on if it didn't produce any seeds? Yeah, bananas have seeds, but I mean, I've never seen a banana plant grown from seed. I don't know exactly how that how that how that works, but bananas do have seeds. They're just those little tiny things inside the banana. So, I mean, shit, trying to extract banana seeds, I don't know how that would work. Plant the banana. Yeah, I think that's how it propagates is like, just a fruit dropping or even the animals, eating the fruit and then the droppings from that had the seeds in it, you know. Have I seen original bananas? I mean, what do you mean by original bananas? Are you talking about like plantains, the little tiny ones? Is that what you're talking about? I don't know what an original banana would look like. I'm not sure. No, I know we don't. I know we don't. So many things have been like, um, it's kind of like breeding dogs. They do the same thing with food. They're manipulating it to the point where they produce what we got now. It's like the tomatoes that you see in the fucking grocery store. You know, they all basically are all uniform shape and color and all this other shit. That's what natural tomatoes, like heirloom tomatoes, don't look like that at all. They don't taste like that either. And yeah, that's what I was saying with John. It's like, until we all as a species fucking go, make the conscious choice to fucking go back to what's really good for us. I guess we'll just continue eating this shit. Next thing you know, we'll have 3D printed fucking foods and stuff that want to shove down our throat. It's fucking Soylent Green. Soylent Green is made out of people. Soylent Green is made out of people. All right, you guys. Yeah, printed meat shit. The fucking, you know, fucking 3D printed meat made out of cockroaches. Well, that's an interesting thought I'm going to leave you guys with. 3D printed meat made out of cockroaches. I appreciate every single one of you guys coming in the stream tonight or this morning. I'm going to go ahead and the fire's died out pretty much. Getting low on battery. I do need to get a couple hours of sleep before the sun comes up. And so I can get some yard work done. But I appreciate every single one of you coming in. Every single one of you. It's 1122 Wingnut Radio out here for Anarchy Television. I will catch all you guys on the flip side. And you guys need to be good or be good at it. I'm out.